Champion Derby sends unleash the hounds in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go a mile and an eighth. He did it in the 71st running of the Derby. Second running, a 16th of a mile ago. Uncharacteristic has the best stride as they come to the wire. Uncharacteristic. Take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby. These two, a 16th of a mile to go. Manitoba is going to give Henry Witt Jr. his first Manitoba
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Anisininew, Dakota, Lakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 5 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at last Tuesday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, on the trainer side, Jerry Gorno had 2 wins on Monday and also 2 wins on Tuesday. So that puts him on top on the trainer standings with 6 wins. Devin Gittins had 1 win Monday and 2 on Tuesday. That puts him up to 4 in second. Michael Nault, Steve Keplin Jr., and Mike Taphorn. They're going to round out the top 5. And on the jockey's side, Praven Badgery had a great night on Tuesday night with the hat trick, moving him up to 6 wins. Ronald Alley had 1 on Tuesday, 2 on Monday. That puts him second in 5. Demario Bino seems to win 1 each and every night. Sven Balrup, he's up to 3 wins. And Ronaldo Cumberbatch had a 2-win night on Monday night stretch. It was an interesting racetrack from Monday to Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just kind of compare week to week to start. So just kind of doing the figures, I thought I had it the week 2 slightly faster by about 2 or 3 lengths. We had far more kind of gate-to-wire winners. On week 1, there was almost none.
There was 1. Yola.
Correct. There was absolutely 1. First race of that. And then I thought that, I'll give you the performance of the week after recapping, and that was exacting, going the 7 furlongs. Wow. I think next stop in a stake race, going 2 turns if one's coming up. If not, it'll be a high-price allowance, and watch out. Solid figures there with something left. Last week we only had the 5 and the 7 furlong races. Pay attention this week because we've got the 5, 5.5, and 7. I'm not sure about Wednesday's card. I haven't looked at Wednesdays, what we have up for Wednesdays, but there's that. Also, we've got to see many of the horses running tonight and all week, at least one start. So careful on basing everything on one start either way. This is kind of when the potential bombs or long shots come in because some horses needed it, some were already ready. So I'm expecting some prices all week long. Anything to add there, Kirt?
Well, and the bounce factor. You hear that quite a bit. Horses that run really good first time out and then regress after that because the effort was just a little too much. I'm not a big believer in the bounce factor. I just call it a bad day, a bad race. But a lot of people believe in that, and that's usually happening on the second start, which a lot of horses will be making. So we'll have to watch out for that too, Stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, as you mentioned, full week of racing, 7 days or 7 races.
7 days. Well, we're up to 3 days.
We are up to 3.
It might feel like 7 to us coming off the layoff.
Yeah, but no, we've got our 7 races each day. Good cards for sure for the first 2. Like I said, I haven't really scanned the Wednesday card just yet. 2 stake races today.
One each every other day.
Very good. So I'm ready. Here we go.
All right, let's kick it off with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go that 7 furlong distance stretch. Who do you like?
Yeah, I've got it kind of between 2 horses in here. I'm going to go to the 3, hoping for some value. I thought this horse didn't have a great first effort, but I think 2 turns will make the big difference in here. Has to sit a little bit closer, stalk, and make a late run at the leaders. Currently, it's a 2-1. I need probably 5-2. I'm looking for a price. I thought they'd go to the other horse in here, the 4, your top selection. But I'll start with the 3 as my top selection.
Yeah, I ended up going to number 4, Sabre Queen. There really isn't a lot of speed in this race. And just the way Sabre Queen ran last time out, sat off the stablemate and was sitting right there with a pile of horse, eased past and drew off for a convincing win in there. I don't think the 7 furlongs will be a problem. And a loose and even lead going 7 furlongs here to Assiniboia Downs. You're very tough to catch, and that's why I put Sabre Queen on top.
I completely agree with you. It could have been my top selection easily. You'll see my wagers on just how I played it. Above average performance for that level, I thought. Kirt and I said right after that race, in the backstretch, we knew this horse was winning. Anything close to that effort, watch out, and that horse wins the race.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 6, Even Pandura. Well, Bruce Anderson's having a great start to the meet. Started 3 horses. All of them have hit the board. Even Pandura ran some big races last year, especially around the 2 turns, and won an allowance race after running 3rd in it previous to that. Then went in the Miss Sandy D against Burrow Down, who you couldn't beat here. She was the top mare on the grounds, and Even Pandura made her run all the way to the wire, only losing by 3/4 of a length in the end. Just the way his horses are running, got to throw this one in. Perfect spot.
For sure. I use the 5 as the 3rd selection, same kind of as the 3. Likes going the 2 turns. I think maybe if one of the top 2 falter a bit, could be in the exactor. Don't disagree with your 6 good points, but I'll go 3, 4, 5.
And I'm 4, 6, and 3. And we're going to carry on to race number 2. It's the Slinky Lady. Overnight stake, 4 3-year-old fillies are going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, Bella Pock, and this is a huge scratch in here, Stretch. Who did you go to?
Yes, huge scratch in here. I handicapped last night and didn't check the scratches right away. So I will start with what I have, but I could get to a story, but we're not going to do story time just yet.
No?
No, not yet.
Oh, come on. We're on day 5 and no stories yet?
Correct.
Okay.
Let's start with the 2. Should be a stalking trip. Gets the extra ground to run. This horse impressed me last time. First out, ran much better than I expected. I knew this horse had talent. Should sit close and try to run down the speed. So we'll see. I'm considering something, but you go on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought Zarina got an absolute perfect trip as She's My Niece was battling every step of the way. I don't see any other speed in here, so I had to go straight to number 4. She's My Niece. Has a trip over the racetrack, ran a really good race, was used up on the early pace, but today I think we'll get loose in here, and that could be real dangerous. No breather last time, and if this horse does get a breather, it's going to be harder to run down. Yeah, the public was right last time out. They pounded Zarina late to the less than even money favorite, but I think the tables might turn in this one.
Yeah, everything was the scratch, so that's why you have to adjust. And you know what? I'm speaking of adjusting. I'm going to make a first ever stretch pick alert change.
Pick alert? What's that?
That's a 4-2-3 change. If Mitch could change,
you want to
that
be like me.
I unfortunately don't want to be like you, but it's a 4-2-3. Just talking about thank you. There it is, the pick change alert. I like it. That's because I have to adjust, and there's the change. 3's the third choice for me. Kind of picks up the pieces. Ran real nice races last year. Again, I expect some improvement on this horse. In the mix, belongs with this group for sure, but is without that start might cost him. 4-2-3 on the stretch pick change alert.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tongue twister. I agree with you. Commando's Last Dance, big races last year. Mike Nault's horses running really well. This is another one that will be a stalker in this compact field, but with the loose speed, I think it's going to hit the board, but only for a minor share. I'm also 4-2-3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. It's the Bobby Q overnight stake. 4 3-year-olds, again going that 5 furlong distance. Scratch number 3, Keep Calm, Cruise On. That was a big scratch in here, Stretch. It looks like we're the same again.
It was. In fact, it was my top selection. I had a replay all set up. So
it ran huge.
Huge race. So make note of that horse for next time. I think with all the right trip, everybody in here can kind of win it in here. So it's going to be a real good 3-year-old race. I made the 4 the top selection. I'm not mad at myself. I'm just disappointed because 11 starts 5 seconds. But I just can't get past this horse. The figures are too solid. Drops right to the straight 3-year-olds. So here's my guarantee. This is going to be my only time I take this horse to win this year. If he doesn't win, top selection. There it is, 4.
If he doesn't win, then what?
Done. No longer taking him first.
No longer?
No longer.
What about
second.
on the drop?
Nope, still second. It will be second the rest of the year if he doesn't win today.
Yeah, I agree. Magnolia Speed ran against Venti. Horse came by way of Woodbine that I thought looked stellar on paper and ended up running that way, easily going wire to wire, but Magnolia Speed was second best so much in there. This dropped down to straight 3-year-olds, and a lot of them that have only run a few races. I think Magnolia Speed also top selection.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the big horse, Stretch.
Yeah,
Start it off.
That's exciting. I'm very looking forward to this, just see how this horse is going to improve. You would expect improvement. Again, the 4 has had the start, and I think maybe that's why I had to put the 4 on top. There's no surprise if the 5 wins. Be exciting to see if this horse improves and just becomes that much better. There's nothing negative other than the horse hasn't started. So it might need one, but that's about it. So that's my second selection. Anything to add on the 5?
Well, a lot of good workouts. I really like that gate workout, 101 and 3. Those gate workouts for the younger horses that don't have a lot of starts, I think that's key coming into the next year, just to get them familiar with it. And it's obviously familiar as it went down in a stellar time of 101 and 3. Can you hear me running? I agree with you. Not a big surprise on the win, but I think we'll get bet down really heavy in here. So that's why I put Magnolia on top.
Okay. Both of our third picks. The 2 moved up into the top 3 for me. Ran a nice race last time. One because of the 3 horse that scratched, kind of a troubled trip. Not sure he would. One, figures are right there. I guess if maybe the 5 isn't ready to run or the 4 regresses, could be in there, but I'm 4-5-2.
And you can even throw in the one Thirsty Baby. Even though it's a compact field of 4, I can't leave this horse out. Nice works coming in. 4 consecutive 5 furlong works. Was running down in Golden Gate in mid-February and in January. This horse ran some really big races. Won't be offering any speed to the race, but does have a real big closing kick. So another one not to be left out, but I can only put 3 on the board. So I'm taking 4, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. going 5.5 furlong stretch. What do you have?
All right. 5 of the 8 in here ran in the May 21st race. I'm not going to show the replay, but something you may want to watch that replay. I went to the other 2 that were not in there. I went to the 5 as my top selection. This horse was in way too tough. The start of the show today, I mentioned how good that exacting horse race, that one was, above average. This horse was close early, dropped back, and just doesn't like the 2 turns, I think, is overmatched. Good ride, or smart ride on the jockey just to say that's enough. There's no point in keep going. I just think that the 5.5 to 6.5 is the key. Gets the stalking trip back where he belongs. And I just think that I'm going to get a price because everybody's going to see 5th beat and 28. I like taking a shot on these horses because it's the right trip, stalking right to the winner's circle at a price, maybe.
Yeah, I agree with you. There is speed in here with the 6 Franks Reload and the 8 Victory Line. I ended up, and also La Vista Honey, the 1 horse also, but I went to number 8 Victory Line. Couple big races going 4.5 and 6 furlongs in the last 2 starts. The last one was an absolute huge effort, winning by 1.25 lengths. The previous start, another real big effort that just came up short. Maybe it was because of the 6 furlong distance, but they are running 5.5 today. And this horse could run down there in 21 3. Yes, I know Turf Paradise is much faster than our track, but when you're running down there in 21 and change, you are a rocket. So I don't know if Frank's Reload will be able to keep up to Victory Line. I think it might just be able to get away, and if it does, could wire the field.
Yep, just read my notes, talk about the fractions. It's what I got, 21, 44, quick. Completely agree. The horse can go gate to wire. No surprise. I've got both of them up there. I'm going to talk about the 3 so I can get credit.
The winner.
Yes, the winner from last
that got
time.
DQ'd.
Yeah. I think ran against 4 of the others in here. Got a good trip last time. Was in a nice spot. I think the same thing potentially can happen if the 8 backs up and maybe the 5 doesn't fire. Certainly can be right there. Nice figures. So if the horse, I think the horse is probably going to improve, and if that's the case, should be right there. So I can't leave the horse out. That's why I'm 5-8-3.
Yeah, I agree with you. This horse dug down deep, late down the lane. Unfortunately, was disqualified, but I like that late kick that it did show. So it's in there with me, and I'm taking 8-3-5. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. This should be a fun race stretch.
Yes, exactly. Just read the notes again.
Well, we got the same horse on top, but a little bit of everything underneath.
One thing on this race, the solid horses, all of them can win with their top effort. And so if they run back to one of their top efforts, they can win it. And that's what always makes this race tough, because anybody that comes in here, I wouldn't be surprised because I know I've seen that race. But I am going to go to the horse with the best top effort last time. Was competitive higher level last year. A great spot for the trainer just to put him in this spot. Can't be claimed. Should get the repeat trip and potential repeat result.
Yeah, surprised both of us last time. As number 8 run today, got a really nice trip. Maybe moved a little bit early, but it looked like the horse was just going to go draw off and win. But Totalizer ran absolutely huge and kicked it in just inside the 8th pole to draw off easy. Any kind of an effort, just like the last one, because there is speed to set it up again. Totalizer, definitely a play, but not at a short price.
Very true. Good call. Let's go back to Del Vecchio. I did like this horse last time. Clearly the horse needed one. What I do like, if you pay attention in the workouts, there was a workout, nice 5 furlong work coming in. I think that's a nice added one to just get this horse back on track. We know this horse can pop on a good effort. He's textbook, how I mentioned about top effort wins it. Competitive at a higher level last year. Yeah, there's potentially some battling early, but this horse doesn't always have to have the lead. Just too competitive. I think it's going to get a real good price because of that poor effort. So that's why it's my second.
Yeah, another horse I like, number 1, Mr. K, taking a double drop in class from the second level allowance down to this 7,500. Brody Streak, Chicago's Gray, Blazing Bow. That was not an easy race. The horse did run 7th, kind of looks terrible, but got beat by 5 lengths. Which is my rule. You're within 5 lengths. You're competitive in the race. for the same level. Now with the double drop, I think this is an absolute perfect spot. Draws the inside, doesn't need the lead, but will be forward in the race. It's interesting to see what Jerry Gorno will say to Dario Dalrymple. I think just be close and then try and keep that rail, and then at the end, go through and try and get the win.
Okay, and my long shot in here, as mentioned, one start, you can kind of throw it out, is the Drop of Caribou. This horse had a bit of trouble last time. I've got to give this horse another chance. Morning line of 15-1. Anything close. This horse won 6 races last year. I think potential improvement. Yes, ran at a little bit lower level. Figures last year puts this horse competitive. Wouldn't want to leave a horse that just likes to win out of it. So that's why I'm 5-2-6.
Now, Stretch, I would have threw this horse in, but they put blinkers on for that first start of the year. After not wearing them last year, they leave the blinkers back on today. I'm going to wait until the blinkers come off on this horse.
Good.
And I'm also going to talk about number 3, Marquee Well. I did pick this horse last time out. Broke absolutely terrible. Trailed pretty well throughout. The horses that were in the top 4, they ran the best races. But if this horse does get out of the gate, it definitely has a chance in here. But I'm going to give you 5, 1, and 8. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6. Classic high 5 wagering for this allowance race for filly 3-year-olds that are maidens. Again, going to go the 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Where's your...
Where's my pen? It's down there somewhere. It just went flying out of my hands.
That's what happens when we're ASD Live. Anyway, here we go. There's a marker. I know you need to hold it to
there
top.
we go.
All right, let's talk about 5 of the 7 in the same race. I couldn't hold it. I'm not a professional like you when you're dialed in. Let's go to the 3 horse in here. This horse, 5 and 9 were in the same race, beat the other 4 on a not so clean trip. And that makes it every reason why this horse, I like that much more. The other invaders in here, not as much. You've got a new one coming in, and that's fair. I think so, yes. We hadn't started. But, yeah, that's fair. I think this horse gets a better trip. We both like this horse to be in the mix. Last time, maybe first and second picks in there anyway. I think better trip, and has beaten the other ones. Has to be a contender.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The horse likes running closer to the pace and wasn't able to do that. Au Pair, the eventual winner, went wide and swooped them all in the end, but Tree Hugger rallied nice for second. The other horse I like, number 7, Pam's Awesome. 1 start last year, and it definitely wasn't awesome, as the horse ended up getting beat by almost 20 lengths, had a terrible break, steadied, nothing went right. So I'm crossing that race off. But look at the workout coming in. 101 and 3 out of the starting gate. These horses went the 5 furlongs in 102 and 1. Stretch, little math there. Would have won by 3 lengths if that race was brought forward in the same day. So Pam's Awesome. Yes, Stephen Gaskin the other day had a horse win first time off the shelf. That good work coming in. I'm going to say this is my bomb of the day. And I'm definitely going to get a price.
Absolutely. Good points. And let's go to the 4. I liked this horse last time. I got what I was hoping to see, some more speed, battled and then got tired. I think this horse was short. But now we get a 5 furlong work coming in. So they probably tried something. I think the speed's going to carry a little bit more. They get stuck with adding that half a furlong. But I just couldn't leave this horse out because this is kind of one of those I think's improving each time. Maybe it can't beat the 3, but certainly can run in at a pretty big price.
Yeah, and the other one to look at is number 5, Hyper Holiday. You can actually look at it with number 1, Glen Rosa. Both of them Devin Gittins trained horses. Both of them finished pretty well on even terms, a nose apart. Hyper Holiday made the big rally from the back of the field. Glen Rosa was a little bit closer, but on the outside. A smoother trip for either one of them. And they can be in your money, but I'm going to give you 3 sets. Should I talk about the firsters? We got time.
Yeah, we got time. I just want to say my picks are going to be 3, 4, 5, 7. Just in case the 7 wins, I want to get credit.
Okay, no problem.
Go ahead.
Let's talk about number 2, Lola Lee, the dad reload. 8 wins, $560,000 in earnings from 6 furlongs to a mile and 16th. The mom, Tis My Cherry. She was a 2-time winner of $31,000. She was an absolute speedball. 4 siblings. One's a 2-year-old. 2 are maidens. The other one's a non-2 lifer that's made $10K. Now over to number 8, BB Bear. The dad, Kentucky Bear, had 1 win, $100,000 in earnings, mostly at a rout. The mom, CZ Bell, unplaced in 2 starts. 1 sibling, a non-2 lifer of $12K. But I'm not using either of them, so they'll probably run big stretch. But yeah, I'm going to give you 3, 7, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer. 4 fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Chic Samurai. Stretch, what about this one?
All right, fun race to finish it off. The key about this is the replay from May 20th, race 6. I'm going to get Mitch to help me out here, and we're going to call up the race. We're going to go, number 1, Like and Twisted, is the 4.
Story time with Stretch.
Yes, it kind of is story time with Stretch. Kate's Princess is the 3 that we're going to probably highlight the start of it. Lady Cop is the 7. We're going to show the whole race. There's so much going on. So let's watch the start of the race with Kate's Princess. Remember, she's a speed horse. And now look where she is. She is basically last. So she's already lost a big chance in winning this race. She makes a rush up the rail, but then has to shut down because of the 2 in that race. Now we pick it up to the 4 horse, which is Liking It Twisted. We're going to highlight it about here in between. The horse is already not getting to run, and right there, and we're going to roll it a little bit farther there, Mitch, once it gets going. Now this horse loses momentum, shuffles back again. Kirt even called the horse saying get caught in a switch. So this horse likes to be forward placed. Lost ground. Now gets an opening and starts to run. And I like how this horse runs after all that trouble. Still was trying to the end. Couldn't beat the top 2 in this. And now let's pick it up on Kate's Princess along the rail. Why did she finish dead last or almost last? Is because of, watch this rail, absolutely has to check to pull out of it. There is no reason to try to run this horse to the end. Great way to get a price next time. And there we go. We've got everybody finishing. Lady Cop was in there that was on the outside showing nice speed, ran a big effort. And so that's why my picks are 1, 4, and 8. Nice work, Mitch, on the camera work for the replay. Helped us out.
Yeah, let's just add on Kate's Princess, last 3 years, has lost her first start, and she won her second start all 3 times. So I also like Kate's Princess off that. Lady Cop ran absolutely huge. And the Trouble Trip for Liking It Twisted. Maybe even Casino Queen off a massive drop from the 3rd level allowance going to the 1st level allowance. That's maybe a fringe player. But I'm going to give you 4, 8, and 1. Good luck with all your selections this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Card Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, we are awaiting a rider change on number 6, Even Pandera. Once again, we are waiting a rider change in race number 1 on number 6, Even Pandera. Now turning your programs to race number 2, our co-featured event. This is the Slinky Lady for 3-year-old fillies. Scratch number 5, Bella Pock. Now turning your programs to race number 3, our other co-featured event. It's the Bobby Q. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover just over $32,000. Scratch number 3, Keep Calm Cruise On. Number 1, Thirsty Baby, is a first-time gelding. Now turning your programs to race number 4, the Trevor Benoit and Abe Hansen birthday race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race, also no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races, and there's just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 2, Chic Samurai. Number 6, I've Got All Night. We will be awaiting a rider change. Well, an absolute beautiful evening for racing here in Winnipeg.
Wow.
Wow, are they ever going strong here?
This is
I want
interesting.
lasagna now.
That's fair. Odie was always my favorite.
Oh.
I was driving here. It's another story time, and there were no clouds outside. So I don't know about the graphics about there. I thought it was going to be all about me. It kind of is. I'm right in the middle with
Well, you're even in the sun, but you know,
yeah.
I'm getting some rest, I guess.
I guess that's a new level of graphics. But carry on. Did you say the weather?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Well, under sorta cloudy skies, the temperature 20 degrees Celsius or 69 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind very light out of the northeast at 14 kilometers an hour or 9 miles an hour. And the track is currently not listed yet, so we'll get back to that. First race post time, 17 minutes away. Well, be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher. You're going to get an ASD t-shirt. You're going to get a ball cap autographed by myself and Stretch. And then you're going to come up to the press box, watch me call a race, go down to the paddock, see the horses, and then go to the winner's circle and get a framed photo with the winning horse. Well, if you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center located in the lobby. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. And what's more, if you open a new account and bet 100, you're gonna get 100. And have you ever wanted to own a racehorse? Well, the HBPA will be hosting an owner's seminar on Saturday, June the 15th at 9:30 a.m. in the Terrace Dining Room. Enjoy a complimentary breakfast while you watch the horses exercise on the main track, and then you're going to learn everything there is to know about horse ownership. For details on how to register, go to asdowns.com. Have a great evening of racing. And ladies and gentlemen, we have that rider change for you here in race number 1. In race number 1, number 6, Even Pandura, make the jockey Demario Bino. Post time for race number 1, 14 minutes away. Welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the week of racing with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance stretch. Number 6, Even Pandura. Make the jockey Demario Bino. What do you got in here, Stretch?
All right, we've got Julia on camera today, and we'll start with the 3 as my top selection. And I actually got confused on the odds because I was thinking the 3's odds were 2-1, when in fact it's 3-1. The early money's on the 2. We'll talk about Russian Pearl in a bit, but let's talk about my top selection. This horse kind of ran a dull effort the last time out, going short. Watch the replay, no real excuses, but I just thought that the horse gets the first race over the track in the lights, maybe didn't like it. Antonio sticks, which I do like. There's too many good races not to give this horse another chance. I think it's just going to be stalking and try to take a late run. 3-1 certainly is my kind of limit, maybe 5-2, but worth a shot for me.
Well, yeah, the horse ran a route of ground twice last year. One was a win and a second to Lady Cop, and ran a forward running style. So being on the inside definitely can help Russian Pearl in here. But I went to number 4, Saber Queen. Saber Queen ran so good last time out. The stablemate went to the front end. Saber Queen sat there with an absolute mittful of horse. Easily went on by and just cruised to victory by 3 lengths. Hasn't really ran the distance, only once in the lifetime. But I think this horse, if it shows that same kind of race, it looked like it could run all day last time out. So I'm giving a big shot for Saber Queen to try and go wire to wire.
Yeah, absolutely. Runs that race is going to be tough. 4-1 there's your value play for sure. I was expecting this horse to be a bigger favorite. Looks great in the paddock. I'll throw in my 3rd selection in here, and you can talk about your second in a second. Reasonably Lovely. I like this horse last year. I've scored on a couple times in the Manitoba Oaks. Paid nicely there. Again, not a great first start at ASD. I know this horse can run better going 2 turns. That's kind of my angle. 6-1 is too low for me to use, but I'll be using in my bets underneath because I know this horse has talent, and her top effort would put her in the mix.
Oh, for sure. Another horse I like, number 6, Even Pandura. This horse ran well here last year. Very limited starts, only 3 of them. Ran 3rd at this first level allowance, then won it by 2. Then went in the Miss Sandy D against Burrow Down, who was an older mare that you just couldn't beat. She was just way too good. And Even Pandura made her work every step of the way to earn that win. And there is that late rider change to Demario Bino. Who was on it that day in the Miss Sandy D? Well, that was Demario, so he knows this horse. He has ridden it, a workout coming in. So Even Pandura, 6-1 right now. I might go for a piece of that.
All right, let's go to the 1 along the rail. Coming from Woodbine. Already 2 starts at Woodbine this year, kind of close together. Comes back for another one. Is on the rail going 7 furlongs. So this horse could sneak out there and try to go and cause problems for the others. I'm going to wait and see just to see if this horse can take to the dirt.
And number 7, JJ's American Diva. Nice debut. Was well back in the field, scooted to the inside, and just out-head Bob's Secret Mistress to win by a half a length in the end. This one looks like it will like the distance of the 7 furlongs today, but don't expect it to be on the front end. Expect the stablemate, number 4, Saber Queen. So it's a pretty good 1-2 combo for Jerry Gorno. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1, Stretch. What do you have?
All right, just before I go to the bets, we're still having the cap with Kirt and Stretch.
Oh, you added me today.
I did. Yes,
nice.
There it is. Last week, the gentleman picked the winner, the 8. It was a real good selection.
Definitely did.
It was your second selection. I didn't have it.
Cotty Gold.
Takati Gold. Thank you. Very good selection. Got the hat, got the autograph, and showing off that he could handicap. My bets today, I'm not at your level with a $10 tri wheel. I'm only at the 5. I don't have your budget for the tries like you do. So it's a $5 tri wheel, 3-4 with 3-4 with 5-6. Total is $20. If you just want to bet $1, it's only $4, and it could pay. Got some long shots in there.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3. I'm taking 3, 4, 6 in here. 2 and 4 in the next leg, rounding it out with all 4 of them in the stake. That's going to cost $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back with our co-featured event, the Slinky Lady, in race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Golden Train, owned and trained by Andre Ellis. Sachin Parrots aboard. Number 2 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Sherilyn Go-Go, owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Saber Queen, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Reasonably Lovely, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 6 is Even Pandura, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 7, JJ's American Diva, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Post time for race number 1, 4 minutes away.
The girls going 2 turns, which is 7 furlongs here at ASD. Fast to the turn. Sometimes if somebody gets loose, they can steal it. But I'm going to go with the stalker, the 3-horse. Nice post position to stalk the potential pace battle. Or if the 4 gets away, won't be that far away. Getting nice value at 7-2 does need to improve. The 4 at 4-1 is also really good value. Huge race last time. Anything like that will be tough to beat. Bit of a price horse at the 5-horse, gets the 2 turns it needs, likes that much better. So I'm going to go 3, 4, 5 with some pretty good prices. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch. I ended up going to number 4, Saber Queen, getting a juicy 4-1 right now. Is speed in here. The other one can be the 2, Russian Pearl. But Saber Queen, the way it ran last time out, it won that race just so easily. I think it's going to clear, get to the front end, and try and go wire to wire. I also like number 5, Even Pandura. Was second in the Miss Sandy D to the unbeatable Burrow Down. Made her run, and this horse also will be sitting close. Bruce Sanderson having a great start to the meet, and I respect your top selection stretch. Sherlin Gogo, the Santa Anita horse, will also be in a good stocking position. So I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 3. Good luck here in race number 1.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
post time. Golden Train, the first one into the starting gate. Next up, Russian Pearl. The current 5-2 favorite, Sherlyn Go-Go, will be next. Saber Queen steps up and in. Here comes Reasonably Lovely. Just 2 left to load. Even Pandora. And just waiting on JJ's American Diva to the outside gate. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. On the inside, Russian Pearl flashes some early speed and will grab the early advantage by a length. Saber Queen to the outside in second. Painted on the rail, Golden Train in third. Sherlyn Go-Go now grabs the fence and moves up from fourth to third. 3 wide, Even Pandora in fifth. Then it's back to your 2 trailers, JJ's American Diva and Reasonably Lovely, who's about 7 off of it. The opening quarter, 25-1. And it's Russian Pearl and Saber Queen, these 2 battling it out. Even Pandora has moved up smartly, 3 wide to engage those leaders. A quick half mile, 48-3 on the inside. Russian Pearl, 3 wide, Even Pandora. Saber Queen looking for more as they hit the head of the lane, and it's Russian Pearl clinging to the lead. JJ's American Diva trying to come up the fence. Even Pandora on the far outside. Russian Pearl, a 16th of a mile to go. The fence is open for JJ's American Diva. On the outside, Even Pandora. Those 2 at the wire. Third is going to go to Russian Pearl, and fourth to Reasonably Lovely. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 25-1, the half 48-2, 6 furlongs 113-2. Time for the 7 furlongs 126-4. Results of the photo show the winner number 6, Even Pandora. Second goes to number 7, JJ's American Diva. Third to number 2, Russian Pearl. And fourth to number 5, Reasonably Lovely. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 1, that's number 6, Even Pandora. Even Pandora is a dark bear brown mare, 6 years old, by Time to Get Even, out of the mare Pandora by Midnight Loot. Owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:26 and 4. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Our co-featured event, the Slinky Lady. Overnight stake for 3-year-old fillies. Scratch number 5, Bella Park. Post time for the Slinky Lady, 17 minutes away. And be sure to check out our 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge. It's located on the second level of the grandstand, and it's open all day, every day, from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new 50-50 draw that will take place each and every race night. The jackpot is currently at $1,100 and growing. Tickets are 1 for $10, 10 for $20, 50 for $50, or 200 for $100. Tickets can be purchased at guest services or the VLT cashier's cage on the second level, or from a designated 50-50 ticket seller who is walking the facility. If you're not on hand, you can go to 5050.asdowns.com. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. tonight, and proceeds will benefit the Final Furlong and Winners Foundation. Please note that you do not have to be in attendance to claim your prize. Check our website at asdowns.com for winning numbers. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2, our co-featured event. It's the Slinky Lady. 4 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch the 5, Bella Ponk. Let's take a quick look back at race number 1. What a finish stretch. JJ's American Diva tried to do the exact same thing she did last time out to steal the win, but even Pandora lasted long enough to the outside.
Yeah, and there's such a good point when we were discussing it, and I'll give you full credit on this, reminding about that big race last year in the Miss Sandy D about giving Burrow Down everything she had. There's no Burrow Down in this race, and so even off a slight layoff, ran just a big race.
Yeah, definitely did. Okay, on to race number 2, Stretch. Your top selection changed.
Yes, I had my first stretch pick change alert. And I switched it because make sure to take a note of that 5 that's scratched. That's the key to this race. Now there's almost no other speed, so let's go to the 4 as my top selection. She ran a nice race last time out, battled with who? Mary who? Mary who?
That's who.
Yes, that's who. And still hung around for second. Good figures. Did lose to the 2. Don't get me wrong, the 2 ran big. I just think potentially somebody's going to have to go after the 4 and then try to get her to run down. I think that she's going to control it and just go gate to wire.
Well, I don't know who's going to do that because Jared Brown also has the 1 horse and the 3-horse Commando's Last Dance. That is not her running style, so I'm in agreement. She's my niece, predominant speed. Nobody to battle with. Should be able to get a breather in here. DeMario Bino, we've seen him win the first. I think he has a big shot of the early daily double. Let's talk about number 2, Zarina. Well, everybody was right. We picked She's My Niece in that race stretch, but Zarina was pounded late by everybody, and they seemed to know that this horse would rally from off the pace and get that win by 3/4 of a length. But again, without the pace set up in front, Zarina might have to go after She's My Niece. And if she does do that, she won't have that little kick that she showed inside the 8th pole.
Yeah, she certainly can win. I think she's improving after that last effort. It wouldn't be a surprise if she won.
Not at all.
I just think this is a situation that the order can reverse.
All right. Also talk about number 3, Commando's Last Dance. Great year last year. 5 starts, 2 wins, a third. Over $60,000 in earnings. Broke the maiden in the debutante. And then was a winner in the Buffalo Stakes, a restricted race to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. And ran huge in there. Has been working well for the debut. Gets in really light in this race. But Commando's Last Dance, without the benefit of a start, I think that is big in here.
For sure. And so, I don't. That's my 3rd selection. Let's talk about the 1. The horse had the first. She won her First start lifetime, looked good doing it, then ran a nice second in the second start to a horse we're going to see in the next race.
The undefeated
Correct.
horse.
Obviously needed that start, certainly can improve, belongs in this group, could certainly finish in the top 3, and if 4 or 2 falter, maybe even second.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you have?
I'm just going to play a pick 3 and trying to maybe get a price horse throughout there. So it's a $2 pick 3, 2-4 with 4-5 with 5-8, total 16. Just want to spend $1, $8, and you're going with a win bet.
Yeah, I got 30 to win on 4, but I'm not liking that 4 to 5, so I'm going to switch it up.
Oh,
Kirt change alert. Yeah, there we go. My first one of the year. And I'm going to switch it up to a $30 straight triactor, 4, 2, and 3.
wow. Interesting. Okay.
Try and get some value.
Absolutely.
Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for our other co-featured event, the Bobby Q. Assiniboia Nouns is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 2. It's the Slinky Lady. 4 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $24,000. Number 1 is Happy Hour, owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Dane Dawkins. Number 2 is Zarina, owned by Linda Idell, trained by Carlos Moreno with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Commando's Last Dance, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Praven Badri. Number 4 is She's My Niece, owned by Kane Couture and Sharon Uhl, trained by Jared Brown with Demario Bino. Number 5, Bella Pock, was scratched. The Slinky Lady. Here in race number 2, they'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
Some of the top 3-year-old girls going 5 furlong in a stake race. We're going to see a lot of these throughout the year. I'm going to start with the 4. Is now my top pick. Is the controlling speed. Should go to the lead and try to steal it and go gate to wire. It's catch her if you can. Who could catch her? That's maybe the 2-horse. Big effort first time at ASD. Has the figures to run her down, but the 4 is going to have to kind of back up. The other one's fighting for third would be the 1 and the 3. 3 has some works coming in, so let's go 4, 2, and 3. Kirt?
Well, Stretch, I don't say this often, but I totally agree with you in here. She's My Niece, looks to be lone speed of the race. She battled throughout and got caught late. Now, if she gets the easy lead, she'll get a breather. She's going to be really tough to catch. Zarina did catch her last time out, but I think the tables are going to turn today, but still a big shot after a huge race last time. And Commando's Last Dance rounds out the top 3. Everything Michael Nault has been sending to the track has been ready to go at first asking. So I'm also 4, 2, and 3. Good luck here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Happy Hour leads the 3-year-old fillies into the gate. Zarina is in. 2 left to load. Commando's Last Dance. And just waiting on She's My Niece. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the Slinky Lady. From the inside, Happy Hour showing all the early speed as the stablemate She's My Niece settles in second. Zarina back in third, 3 lengths off it, steadying early. Commando's Last Dance is the early trailer, about 6 off the early lead. Happy Hour, loving it on the front end through an opening quarter of 23-2. But the stablemate She's My Niece now looking her in the eye as they hit the head of the lane. Happy Hour trying to dig back in. She's My Niece 2 wide. Zarina with a bunch of run 3 wide at Commando's Last Dance. Looking for some late run. Zarina on the outside. She's My Niece. These two coming to the wire. And it looked like She's My Niece hung on. Zarina for second. Happy Hour for third. And fourth to Commando's Last Dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 2. The Stewarts have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 46-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have removed the inquiry sign off the board. There will be no change with the stewards' inquiry. Results of the photo show number 2. Zarina. Oh, a dead heat for win, pardon me. We do have a dead heat for win in the Slinky Lady between number 2, Zarina, and number 4, She's My Niece. Once again, a dead heat for win in the Slinky Lady between number 2, Zarina, and number 4, She's My Niece. Third goes to number 1, Happy Hour, and fourth to number 3, Commando's Last Dance. Now entering the winner's enclosure, one of the dead heat winners, that's number 2, Zarina. Zarina is a dark Bayer Brown filly, 3 years old, by Enticed, out of the mare Magdaglia's Moment by Harbor the Gold. Owned by Linda Idell, trained by Carlos Moreno, and ridden to victory by Ronald Ali. And next up in the winner's enclosure, our other dead heat winner, that's number 4, She's My Niece. She's My Niece is a bay filly, 3 years old, by Hard Spun, out of the mare Any Day Is My Day by A Fleet Alex. Owned by King Couture and Sharon Uhl, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 5 furlongs. 59 seconds. And one more time, a dead heat for win in the Slinky Lady. Race 2 is official. In the upcoming third race, our other co-featured event, the Bobby Q. Scratch number 3, Keep Calm Cruise On. And this does kick off jackpot pick 5 wagering, the carryover just over $32,000. And we'll keep going with the changes. There's no changes in race 4, 5, or 6. Turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, scratch number 2, Chic Samurai. Number 6, I've Got All Night. We are awaiting a rider change. Jackpot pick 5 wagering starts right here in race number 3. Well, be sure to check out our 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge. It's located on the second level of the grandstand and open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with our other co-featured event. It's the Bobby Q for 3-year-old boys. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Keep Calm, Cruise On. Number 1, Thirsty Baby, an important change. This is listed as a first-time gelding. And let's take a look back at the Slinky Lady. Well, for a 4-horse field stretch, didn't pan out the way I thought, with Happy Hour being sent hard for the lead.
Yeah, well, the trainer had the 2 of them, and I guess Jared Brown felt that the one wanted to try for the lead, and the 4 ran him down, her down. And as you mentioned just off camera, how exciting is a 4-horse field? Noses at the wire.
Oh, and it looked to me like She's My Niece had it, but when I watched that replay again, at that one point where the wire was, that's where their heads were down. The one was back, the one was down. So it was a dead heat in the end, and they showed on that photo.
Yeah, you kind of figured as when it takes that long, it usually ends up to be a dead heat in that. So, okay, let's keep moving, and hopefully we can get another exciting race. Fortunately, it's 4 horses, but a lot of talent in here. Let's go to both of our top selections. Mongolia, notice how that horse finished tied for second. I talked about all the seconds. So does that count as a second, kind of a second?
No, that's a win.
Was he it's a win, but he was trying to finish second.
There was 2 wins and a third.
Yes, I know. But anyway, I'm just saying it looked like. Anyway, let's get back to the important stuff. Let's go to the 4-horse. This horse ran a real nice race in our older horses. Now goes into the 3-year-olds. This time of year, the 3-year-olds are still improving, but they're always up against it a little bit at this time of year, especially up here at ASD. Real nice race in a tough field. I think if this horse runs similar, will be tough to beat. Has had the starts, which really help, whereas the 5, who has not lost yet this year, talented, hasn't had the start.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Magnolia Speed ran great against Venti, a horse that came by from Woodbine and ran absolutely huge that day. Magnolia was well ahead of Vegas Playboy, almost 5 lengths. Can you hear me running? Yes, the favorite on the board totally deserves it. 4 starts last year, and all of them were picture time. This horse does it usually on the front end, but it did show that little off the pace ability last time, sitting 4th and then overtaking them. Can you hear me running? Not a lot of speed in this race, so it's going to be interesting how they go about the race.
Correct, absolutely. You won't know. The jockeys won't even really know in this race because of who's going to go where. It's kind of a bit.
It could be like a Happy Hour, and one that you don't expect is going to be on the front end.
Exactly. Let's talk about Norm. I did bet this horse last time. Got a bit of a break. Kind of ran down a horse that had some trouble. In fact, it was the 3. Looked good doing it. The figures put this horse in the mix. Has had the winter racing up at Turf Paradise and one race at Sunland. I think this horse certainly can be there, especially if one of the top 2 don't fire, or if the 5 need one. The workouts say that probably doesn't need one, but you never know.
Yeah, and also look at number 1, Thirsty Baby. The first-time gelding has been working up a storm for this. The best workout, 101 and 2 on May the 6th, but 4 consecutive 5-furlong works. This horse has yet to really run a bad race. Beaten by 6, beaten by 5, beaten by 4.5, and that flashy win, winning by 4. This horse, I think, fits very well in this race. If everybody's going to look at each other, what might happen is 2, 4, and 5 all go to the lead, and Thirsty Baby just sits back and tries to pounce on him late.
And you're going to get paid 7-1 on a horse that certainly has a shot.
Yeah, I kind of like that I got all in this leg in the pick 3. Because I'm a winner, Stretch.
Well,
sorry. I don't know if I'm going to make money, but...
you're alive in this.
Yes, I am alive. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Pick 5 time. What do you have, Stretch?
Well, I don't have your budget, so I didn't go all. I took 2, 4, and 5. Yes, I left out one horse.
Love it.
Gonna hear that with 358, with 258, with 345, with the 1-4. I've got some price horses mixed in there. 3240.
And myself, I did hit the all button in the first leg. Then I took 3-8, 1-5-8, 1-3-5, and 7. Rounded out with the 4 and 8 for 38.40. Cap with Kirt and Stretch. Who wants that ball cap? Both of us will autograph it. You can wear an ASD hat wherever you are.
Absolutely, and you can brag that you outpicked us and picked the winner. We already had one last week.
Yeah.
Let's prove that you can do that again.
And it's not a hard thing to do.
It's a fifth race. You got time.
Lots of time.
We'll pick the winner in the next 30 minutes. Get the pick in with the reason, and we'll talk about your selection.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 3. It's the Bobby Q Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $24,000. Number 1 is Thirsty Baby, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Lieutenant Norm, owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 was Scratched. Number 4 is Magnolia Speed, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sven Bauer. Rounding out the field is number 5, Can You Hear Me Running, owned by Pink Cloud Racing and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. The Bobby Q Overnight Stakes here in race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes. And in this, the third race, number 2, Lieutenant Norm, is our HVPA Manitoba best turned out horse. That's number 2, Lieutenant Norm, the HVPA Manitoba best turned out horse, here in race number 3.
The 3-year-old boys given a try in a stakes race. Some of the top horses might end up seeing one of these in the Manitoba Derby coming up in August. Let's go to the 4 as my top selection. Has already raced over the track this last week. Ran a nice race against tougher company. Drops in a bit, but has to beat the horse, the 5, who has not lost last year. Both of them can run if the 5's ready to run. Certainly can win it, but let's go with a small upset on the 4, and the 2 also had a nice race as well. So 4, 5, and 2. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. I'm also going to number 4, Magnolia Speed. Great race against older horse last time out, who controlled the fractions throughout, and the horse did not give up and was well ahead of the rest. So that's my top selection. Number 5, Can You Hear Me Running? 3 to 5 on the board, and you can't go wrong. The horse did nothing wrong last year. 4 starts, 4 wins. This is the horse to beat if it's back in that shape it was as a 2-year-old, and rounded out with number 2, Lieutenant Norm. Very nice race last time out, stalking the speed, pouncing for the win. So I'm also 4, 5, and 2. Good luck here in race 3.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Eric David. That's Eric David. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End.
It's post time.
Thirsty Baby leads the 3-year-olds into the starting gate. Lieutenant Norm moves in. Just 2 left to load. Magnolia Speed. And now just waiting on the undefeated. Can you hear me running? They're at the post. Thirsty Baby fractious in the starting gate. Now settled. And they're off. From the far outside, can ya hear me running? Wants a piece of the early front end and is going to get it by 3/4 of a length. Magnolia Speed is going to hug the rail in second. Another 2 lengths back. That's Lieutenant Norm. And Thirsty Baby can see them all, but only 5 off the lead. Can you hear me running with a solid lead by a length in an opening quarter of 23-2. Now making a move, Magnolia Speed all out in second, Lieutenant Norm in third, and Thirsty Baby coming up the rail. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Can You Hear Me Running? The win streak on the line. Magnolia Speed 2 wide. These 2 coming to the 16th pole on the outside. Magnolia Speed is going to take the Bobby Q. Can You Hear Me Running in second? Third's going to go to Lieutenant Norm, and fourth to Thirsty Baby. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Magnolia Speed, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Can You Hear Me Running? Third to number 2, Lieutenant Norm. And fourth to number 1, Thirsty Baby. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 46 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs. A quick 58-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Bobby Q Overnight Stakes. That's number 4, Magnolia Speed. Magnolia Speed is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old by Clearly Now, out of the mare Major Ashworth by Colonel John. Owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sven Balrup. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our Chief Executive Officer, Darren Dunn, to make a presentation to the Winning Connections. And once again, be sure to check out the 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge located on the second level of the grandstand. Open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And just a reminder, tonight, after every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. And just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets. The jackpot currently sits at $1,270 and is still growing. Tickets are at 1 for $10, 10 for $20, 50 for $50, or 200 for $100. Tickets can be purchased at guest services, the VLT cashier's cage, the 50-50 ticket seller who is walking around the facility, or you can go to 5050.asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close at 9:50 p.m. and the draw will take place at 10 o'clock tonight. Proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And take note that you do not have to be in attendance to claim your prize. Check our website at asdowns.com for your winning numbers. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs, and this, of course, kicks off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Quick look back at race number 3, the Bobby Q. Can you hear me running? Well, did go out to the front end and tried to steal it, but just got a little tired at the 16th pole, and Magnolia Speed rolled on by, but not by a lot, to get that win.
Correct. Back-to-back 4-horse races, back-to-back solid finishes. Watch out next time for the 5. I think the horse is going to be that much tighter. And, yeah.
100% agree with you there. Okay, on to race number 4, pick 4 time stretch. What do you have?
All right, it says 50,000. Going to fly over that. There's already almost 20,000 in it first click. I'm going to go with a price horse, Julia. If you can find the 5, getting 8-1. I'll take 8-1 all day long. This horse, yes, didn't have a very good first out, but it has an excuse. 2 excuses. One, it went around the 2 turns. It was up close. It was wide. It challenged one of the best performances so far. I know it's early in the meet, but it was a top effort. There's none of those top couple that are in this field. I like the cutback. We've seen horses come from just off the pace and get there, so I think that's very possible. And a repeat of the Fauner Park races, 2 and 3 back, puts this horse in the mix and run to the wickets at 8-1.
Yeah, no doubt for a massive drop that this horse is taking. I do like the favorite currently at 4-5. That's the 8 Victory Line. Victory Line comes off a sharp win for the non-2 lifer down in Phoenix. That was only going 4.5 furlongs. But the race I like better was the previous one, going 6 furlongs, rattled it out on the front end. That 21-3, 44-1, and then getting caught late. But again, 6 furlongs. I think this 5.5 is perfect. Frank's Reload does bring some speed to the race, as does the one Hasta La Vista Honey. But I think this horse is just a rocket.
Absolutely. We're going to see how far they can go. Let's go to the 3-horse. Beat many of these in the first start. Looked really good. Looked like had a ton of horse along the rail. Great ride by the jockey in the sense of getting the horse in the right position. I think we can see the same similar trip is a not need the lead horse. And that's the biggest thing. If it can sit just off, you think the horse is going to try the lead or come off?
No, definitely. No. It doesn't have the speed
Correct.
Of Frank's Reload or Victory Line. So I think Moral Outlaw sits 3rd or 4th in here. Tries to get that dream trip like it did last time out. But hopefully the horse doesn't get out a little bit that it did down the lane that got it disqualified. But it's already won the condition. So you're getting a bargain right now at 9-2.
Absolutely.
Another horse that I do like in here, that is number 1, Hasta La Vista Honey. This horse banged it out on the front end and ended up getting tired. But this horse can stalk. It showed that ability at Fauner Park, running a good 3rd, beaten only length and a half. I think once it sees the 8 and 6 go all out to get the front end, it's going to sit back, take that rail trip, 21-1. This might be one that fools people.
For sure. That horse should not be 21-1. I'm going to go to the 2-horse. I didn't mind this horse. I kind of thought this horse could be third last time. I knew it was going to be a little too short. It certainly was. Gets an extra half furlong, gets that tightener in there. And we talked about a lot of the speed. If the 8's going to bring the speed early and the others are going to chase, this horse could pick up the pieces. Well, when Stretch talks, they listen, drop to 6-1.
Well, look at that.
But I never said win. I said in the money. But anyway, has a shot, has the right rider for this type of horse for sure.
Yeah, and the horse last time it did win was at 5.5 furlongs down at Woodbine. Also, take a look at number 4, Love Ours. This horse had a good year last year, being in the money 6 out of 14 times. Won easy for 5,000, got disqualified, then broke the maiden for 10, ran a big race for 5-2. And this horse does have a good running style in here, and Lise Pruitt can get him ready to go at first asking.
For sure. Let's talk back to the 6s. Not quite the longest shot. This horse ran well early last year at the 5.5 distance, and then kind of faded a bit near the end of the year. This horse usually goes to the lead. may not be able to get the lead, but that might not be a bad thing because this horse could chase. And if the 8 can't get the distance, that would be one way that the horse could kind of sneak in, and you're going to get paid if this horse comes in.
Yeah, or the 6 and 8 just can run around the racetrack together.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, take a look at number 7, Shirley Sherman. Never really got it going after coming from Turfway last year. Had a big win, winning the 5-2, drawing off to win by 6 as the horse rallied from off the pace, but never showed that when the horse did arrive here at the Downs the first time for the 10-3 on May 22nd. This horse made a middle move and just got tired, beaten by 3 lengths in the end. Had its tightener last time out, but I think it'll need one more tightener before the horse shows its best.
That's fair.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Pick 4 times stretch. How much did you spend? That's the question.
Well,
what?
Correct.
And only one bet?
I know. It's.
Need to borrow some money?
No, I had a good week. It was
Okay.
more of
Just asking.
No, it's a fair question. I appreciate the offer. I should have just taken it anyway. What was I thinking? I like my selections, and I had no reason to add more horses. So 5 and 8 in here with 2 5 and 8 with 3 4 with 1 4 and 8. I could add your 7. You kind of can, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it at that.
That's the bombs away. That's the one that makes it pay.
Yes, good call.
Okay, myself, I'm taking 3 5 and 8 in here, and then 1 5 and 8, then 3 5 and 7, and I'm rounding it out with 4 and 8. That's $54. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse on the track for race number 4, the Trevor Benoit and Abe Hansen birthday race. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Hasta La Vista Honey, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Arthur Badu. Number 2 is Can You Hear Me Now, owned by Marco DeFonte, trained by Devin Gittins, with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Moro Outlaw, owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Love Ours, owned by Sons of the Lane, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Javanil Patterson. Number 5 is Minister Maz, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sven Balro. Number 6 is Frank's Reload, owned by S&S Racing, trained by Maria Stanford, with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Shirley Sherman, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 8, Victory Line, owned by Wade Salmon, trained by Elton Dickey, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. The Trevor Benoit and Abe Hansen birthday race here in race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
5.5. Many of them looking for their third lifetime win in here. Let's go to the 5. Had a tough trip last time. Cuts back in distance, going from 2 turns to the 1 turn. Should get a stalking trip. The value's not as good as I'd like it to be, getting a lot of late money, but it is going to be the one to try to pass the leaders up front. Who's the speed of the speed? That's the 8 on the outside. Has the speed coming from Turf Paradise. Watch out. And the 3 is the horse that beat many of the other ones already, but gets to run it again after getting disqualified. Let's go. 5, 8, and 3. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I do like the speed of the speed. Number 8, Victory Line, was really revving it up in Turf Paradise. Won its last start going 4.5, but I even like that race just before it going 6 furlongs. Today's 5.5 furlongs should be the ideal distance. I do also like the 3-horse Moro Outlaw. Won this condition last time out, but was disqualified, so a big shot coming off the pace. And to round it out, I do like the dropper, Minister Maz. So 8, 3, and 5 for me. Good luck here in race 4.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Hasta la vista, honey. The first one in the starting gate. Can you hear me now? Walks up and in. Morrow Outlaw's turn. Here comes Love Ours. Minister's Maz, the current 8-5 choice, goes in. Here comes Frank's Reload. Just 2 left to load. Shirley Sherman. Now just waiting on Victory Line. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Can You Hear Me Now? To the outside Victory Line. Shows that good early speed and opens up early a 2-length advantage. Hasta la vista, honey. Hemmed in on the rail, in between horses, Frank's Reload. 3 wide, Shirley Sherman, Morrow Outlaw, hugging the rail in 5th. 3 more lengths back to Minister's Mats, and the early trailers Love Ours, and Can You Hear Me Now? He's about dozen off of it. 23-3 the opening quarter, and it's Victory Line with the advantage by 3. Morrow Outlaw snuck through the rail and coming with a big charge. They hit the head of the lane. Victory Line still the one to catch up by 3. Morrow Outlaw determined on the outside, but running out of ground. A 16th of a mile to go. Victory Line, Morrow Outlaw gets up and is going to win it by half a length. Victory Line second best. Third goes to Shirley Sherman, and fourth to Love Ours. The Stewarts are posted number 3, Morrow Outlaw, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Victory Line. Third to number 7, Shirley Sherman. And fourth to number 4, Love Ours. The opening quarter, 23-3. The half, 46 seconds. 5 furlongs, 58-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of the Trevor Benoit and Abe Hansen birthday race, that's number 3, Morrow Outlaw. Morrow Outlaw is a gray roan gelding, 4 years old, by Morrow Tap, out of the Merrick color code by Too Much Bling. Owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden on official victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-4. Well, Assiniboia Downs has some exciting events taking place this summer, including our first Manitoba Night Market and Festival that will take place this Sunday, June the 9th. For any details, go to our website at asdowns.com. Also, Father's Day is just around the corner, and what a better way to celebrate than to treat Dad to a fabulous brunch. Sunday, June 16th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., you can call 204-885-3330 to order your tickets. And again, all those details are on asdowns.com. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, kicking off late pick 3 wagering. There are no changes. Once again, kicking off the late pick 3 in race number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we have that rider change for you in race number 7. Number 6, I've Got All Night. Make the jockey Dane Dawkins. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 5, Minister Maz. Claim by Reed and Bill Mooney. Trainer, Bill Mooney. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well-stretched victory line was the speed, undoubtedly. But Morrow Outlaw got the dream trip up the rail. Antonio Whitehall had this horse at the 3/8 pole in the perfect position and got a sweet rail trip all the way around. And I think that was the difference in the end.
For sure, absolutely. We talked about that, got the lead, but there's had to be used early. So anyway, we'll keep moving.
All right, on to race number 5.
Yes, we're both on the same favorite in here. Was kind of expected. Looked so good the first out. Stock took over. Was running at a higher level last year. I was slightly surprised on how big a win it was. What about yourself?
Oh, I was absolutely stunned. I was calling the horse's name, and then I had to double check my program to make sure I was right.
Yeah, it's an impressive win. I think the same trip's about to potentially happen. A repeat effort certainly puts this horse right there. There are, I mentioned on ASD Live that it's a tough field. Any one of these can win it with a top effort. It's just who's going to show up with their top effort. And I'm going to go with the horse that's running best right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's 3 horses that can show speed. Definitely the 2 and 8. They knocked heads last time they met. You could throw Drop a Caribou in there if it runs a better race and gets a smoother trip. And also the one Mr. K has some speed to offer to this race if it does want to use it. So that sets up for the 5 totalizer. And off that last race, a duplicate effort is worth the 9-5, but I would like a little more odds on it. But I do also like number 1, Mr. K. This horse, 7th beaten 5.5, looks a little muddied up as the horse was close early, fell back to last, came back on. But that was 2 levels above this. And we've seen horses drop in from first level allowance into the 75, and they win. This one from the second level allowance into this 75. That massive drop, unbelievably 9-1 on the board right now.
Absolutely, and that's the biggest thing, and we'll try to help you out throughout the season if you keep following along about the different drops. There's some drops that in claiming price don't mean as much. That's as big as if it gets. I'm going to go to the 2 Del Vecchio. I'm going to give this horse another shot. Liked him last time. Didn't run his race. Got dueled and then kind of faded. It was kind of a closer's track that day. I like that this horse comes back with a nice breezing work of 102 and change. This horse, when this horse is ready to go and wakes up and if gets the lead by himself, watch out. He's a grinder and likes to keep going.
Yeah, another horse to look at. Number 8, Run Today. This horse last time out had to duke it out 3 wide, grabbed the lead at the head of the lane, and then was battling it out, and then Totalizer went on by and stole that win. Run today, has speed to run at again in here, and only really has that run and gun style. If it could get loose on the front end, different story. I think it's company again, but I'm keeping him in my top 3 because he stuck around for a big piece last time.
Okay, my kind of sleeper that's not so sleeper is at 4-1. Early action, maybe. I guess people watch the same race I did. A bit of a troubled trip. As mentioned before, this horse had won 6 races last time, moved up the ladder, ran a nice race for 75 last time. It protected one more start. I think this horse is going to run a better effort. I don't like the price, but a top effort puts him in the running.
Definitely. Another horse that I picked last time out was number 3, Marquis Well. Lost everything at the start and was well back in the field, trailed, made a little bit of a run down the lane, but they were just so far gone. This horse had been working really well up until that debut. 47 breezing on May the 8th, and the horse ran flat. I'm expecting a much better effort, and maybe want to chase him at 12-1.
For sure. And the long shot in the field that, well, somebody has to be the long shot, but at 22-1 on the 4, I like that price. I think this horse has some talent. Getting a little bit longer only helps. Yes, did lose to 2 of them in here already, but it's only had the 1 start. We've talked about how horses can improve. Certain ones improve that much more in the second start. 3 of 5 in the distance. Hasn't won a lot lately, but certainly to include in your try.
And the 7-horse Lucky Luke. First start off the layoff last year, was in for 4,000, ran a really big second behind Danza Rebel. Had a pretty good year, didn't get a win, but was 6 for 8 in the money, does have a forward running style, but without that benefit of the start first time out, I think it just might have a tough time at least winning this race. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, let's go. Yeah, okay, let's go to our bets, and then we'll talk about
Our winner.
Okay, $1 tri wheel, and there's my kind of a triangle, but not really. 2 and 5, with 2, 5, 6, and 8, with 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
How do you get a triangle out of that?
Well, that's why I withdrew the triangle, because it's not. It's kind of, I don't know what.
Mine's kind of like a pyramid.
Yours would be a
yours
pyramid.
I don't know.
Anyway, I like it. That's the bet. Take it to the bank.
All right, and myself, I'm putting Totalizer the 5 on top with 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. So that's going to cost $20, and our cap with Kirt and Stretch winner.
All right, Steve from Buffalo. He's going with both of our horses that we talked about. My kind of longer shot. He went with Drop a Caribou. Nice write-up, expecting a better effort after a layoff and a rough trip. Good handicapping. Should be a great price. Obviously, he put it in early. Didn't know. Maybe it'll go up. Or maybe he pre-bet it. Anyway, back. Good luck, Steve.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Mr. K, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Dario Dalrymple. Number 2 is Del Vecchio, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Marquis Well, owned by Jared Brown and LNA Stable, trained by Jared Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Last Renegade, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Totalizer, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo, with Sven Bauer. Number 6 is Drop a Caribou, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Lucky Luke, owned by Don Senebald, trained by Lee Delaron, with Siobhan Bell. And rounding out the field is number 8, Run Today, owned by Drop-In Racing, James Keplin and Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., with Praven Badri. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
Boys going 5.5 in a $7,500 claimer. Good race to handicap to figure out. Yes, the 5 is the favorite. Looked good last time winning. Similar trip will be tough to beat. But let's look at a couple of the other ones. The 2-horse Del Vecchio was bet down a little bit last time. Didn't run the race. Let's give this horse another shot. 4-1, like to get it a little bit higher. Should be on or near the lead. And another sleeper that won a bunch last year, Drop a Caribou. That's the 6. So I'm going to go 5, 2, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went to number 5, Totalizer also. Ran so huge last time out. There should be pace in here between 1, 2, and 8. So Totalizer should be able to get that dream trip it got last time out. I also like number 1, Mr. K. Took a big drop in class from the second level allowance down to this 7,500. Draws inside in here. Doesn't have to go to the front end, has shown off the pace ability. So that could be a good one. We're currently at 7-1, and number 8, Run Today, ran huge but was beaten by the 5. If this horse gets free, could be long gone. But I'm going to give you 5, 1, and 8. Good luck here in race 5.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Mr. K, the first one to step into the starting gate. Del Vecchio moves right in. Last Renegade is next. Here comes Totalizer, the Kirt 4-5 choice. Drop a Caribou is next. Lucky Luke set to go in. Totalizer, a little fractious in the starting gate. 2 left to load, Marquee Well. And just waiting on Run Today to the outside. Totalizer again, fractious in the starting gate. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Run Today away well, as is Drop a Caribou. Del Vecchio shows good early speed on the inside with Drop a Caribou in between horses. 3 wide, Lucky Luke. Run Today makes it a foursome on the front end. Settled right in behind. That's Totalizer. Mr. K, and your 2 trailers will be Marquee Well and Last Renegade, who are only 4 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-3. And Run Today gets a little daylight, up by a half a length. To the inside, Lucky Luke battling it out with Del Vecchio. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Del Vecchio takes the inside turn and has the lead by a half. Run Today to the outside. Mr. K looking for space on the rail, but it's still Run Today. Mr. K and late Marquee Well, but Run Today is going to take it. Mr. K in second. Very close for third between Marquee Well and Totalizer. The Stewarts have posted number 8 Run Today as your unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 46-3, 5 furlongs 58-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. Number 1, Mr. K, finishing second. A photograph has been called again to determine the show position. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, our VIP fan of the night race. That's number 8, Run Today. Run Today is a big gelding, 4 years old, by Run Happy, out of the mare Artistic Life by Distorted Humor. Owned by Drop-In Racing, James Keplin and Parker Wallette. Trained by Steve Keplin Jr. and ridden to unofficial victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. The results of the photo show number 3, Marquee Well, finishing third, fourth to number 5, Totalizer. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Classic High 5 wagering. There are no changes. Classic High 5 here in race number 6. Well, Monday, June 10th is our birthday, and to celebrate, we have some amazing deals just for you. $2 programs, $5 house spirits, $5 domestic beers, $5 chili cheese dog, $5 nachos and cheese, $5 large popcorn, and $5 large ice cream, and even $5 mini donuts. Don't miss it next Monday. First post, 7:30. Well, you better hurry to get your 50-50 tickets. The jackpot is currently at $1,860 and still growing. You have 9 minutes left. Well, 8 minutes left now. Tickets are 1 for $10, 10 for $20, 50 for $50, or 200 for $100. You can get those tickets at Guest Services, the VLT Cashier's Cage, the designated 50-50 ticket seller who's walking around the building, or you can go to 5050.asdowns.com. Those ticket sales close in 8 minutes, so get your tickets now. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $7,500 was your race winner, number 8, Run Today. Claimed by King Couture and Sharon Uhl. Trainer, Jared Brown. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. Kicking off classic I-5 wagering with an allowance race for filly 3-year-olds that are maidens. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Well, Totalizer ran good, but had trouble in the gate. Maybe that took a little sting out of it. But Run Today ran a real big one.
Yeah, it's one of those, ran a very nice first out over the track and improved this time. Similar move and just carried the speed that much farther. 110,000 in the pick 4. After that race, only 2 races, it's already down to 6,700. You're still alive in the pick 4.
Betcha.
I had that, but I didn't have the first leg, but we are both alive in the pick 5. Hopefully many of you out there are too.
I'm going for 3 in a row in the pick 5. Hasn't paid much, but hey, I think last year I only got 2.
Okay, well, you might have just jinxed it, but good,
whatever.
Good luck.
Okay, here we go. Race number 6. The maidens. What do you like, Stretch?
Okay, let's go to the 3-horse. We both liked this horse last time. Ran a nice race, troubled trip. A few different things went on, and this horse was right there. I will mention that the horses in that race, it was not a fast run race. So if there's an invader out there that could beat them, I could see that. But out of all the others, I like this 3 that much better. Beat the rest with a troubled trip. Give me a clean trip. Should beat the rest again. It's just a matter of where the other ones improve.
And should be sitting a lot closer.
Yes,
And
yes.
that's where the better trip will come. Let me talk about the first-time starters. Number 2, Lola Lee. The dad, Reload. 8 wins, $560K. 1 from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 16th. The mom, 2 wins, $31K. She was an absolute speedball. Does have 4 siblings. And one of them's a 2-year-old, 2 are maidens. The other's a non-2 lifer for $10,000. Now let's look at number 8, BB Bear. BB Bear, the dad, Kentucky Bear, had 1 win, $100,000 in earnings, predominantly at a route. The mom, CZ Bell, was unplaced in 2 starts. Does have 1 sibling that did break the maiden, is a non-2 lifer, made $12K. And ladies and gentlemen, we did have a late scratch to report in this is 6 race. Scratch number 7, Pam's Awesome. Once again, a late scratch to report in this is 6 race. Scratch number 7, Pam's Awesome. If you had Pam's Awesome and you're alive in the pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Once again, a late scratch of number 7, Pam's Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, Stretch, all that information and Who am I going to throw in for third? I'm going to throw the one in for third.
Okay. So
Glen Rosa. Might as well talk about it a little.
Sure.
Glen Rosa finished only a length and a half behind Au Pair, who was the winner by a length, but was in a 3-horse photo with the 3 Tree Hugger, the stablemate, number 5 Hyper Holiday, and Yellow Birdie was just behind them. Glen Rosa does get the rail in here and does have a really nice running style. If the 4 and 6 go bang it out, it might have the first chance to jump on the leaders.
For sure. I'm going to go to my price play. Not quite the longest shot is the 4. Talked about this horse last time. Wanted the horse to show speed. Did show speed. Got tired. A textbook kind of needing one. And I think the speed potentially can carry a little bit farther. Gets a 5 furlong work. Not overly fast, but that's okay. I just like that they're trying something or working out on something. It was always on the poly track, now on the dirt, so usually needs one. Look at that. It went up to 18-1.
And does have the inside post this time. If the 4 and 6 go battle it out, doesn't have to take the wild ride on the outside. Let's talk about number 6, Yellow Birdie. Showed really good speed in both starts last year as a 2-year-old. The first race coming back, ran a good race. Had the lead at the head of the lane, then got caught as it did tire. But I see the same scenario with Blue Tango and Yellow Birdie, and maybe one of these other ones is going to jump up, flash some speed in here, maybe even the 9 Touch Wit Class. So I'm just looking for a closer, but this horse should move forward.
Yeah, okay. So we both have the 5 in there, and so suddenly is the favorite. The horse had the first start coming from Woodbine, ran a nice even effort. It does look like the horse did close, and yes, the horse did close, but reminder, as I mentioned, it wasn't a fast run race. So if the race goes about the same time, this horse improves, certainly can be there. I'm not running to the wickets to bet this horse at 2-1. I think I'd like a little bit higher price, but certainly in the mix, no surprise if it wins.
Yeah, one you might want to chase in here, number 9, Touch Weight Class. Showed speed in its last outing. Did get beaten by double digits in the end, but that was at Sam Houston. Does have a good workout, a half mile coming in 50-1. We do see that the blinkers are on again today, as the first time there wasn't. So that might be pointing towards this horse showing speed. So maybe a closer is what you need.
Yep.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
I just have a simple $3 exacta box, 3, 4, and 5. Yes, I have a couple of favorites, but I have my long shot in there. I want to cash it with that way. Probably a break even if it was just 3 and 5.
Well, I like the 7, and I got totally mashed out. Let's scratch all that, and let's go 50 to place on the 3.
Oh, I like it. I like the play. That's two Kirt change alerts or changing. Wow, you're making them work today.
All right, and there it is, 50 to place on the 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Glen Rosa, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Morales, trained by Devin Gittins with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is Lola Lee, owned by Anderson Livestock, Hillside Farms, and WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dane Dawkins. Number 3 is Tree Hugger, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Blue Tango, owned by Black Diamond and Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. with Rashad Knights. Number 5 is Hyper Holiday, owned by J&K Stable, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. Number 6 is Yellow Birdie, owned by Arneson Farms and Oslin Bell, trained by Lise Pruitt with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7, Pam's Awesome, was a late scratch. Number 8 is BB Bear, owned by Canvasback Farms, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Rounding out the field is number 9, Touch with Class, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sachin Paris. Classic high five wagering. Here in race number 6, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
The girls going for 5.5 furlongs, all looking for their first win lifetime, which therefore they're maidens. Let's start with the 3. 3-1, I think, is more than fair value in here. Troubled Trip, closed late, ran second against many of these. My long shot, hopefully the speed can carry a little bit farther. 14-1 on the 4, worth a small play in there. And the other potential closer, which is the current favorite, is the 5. Needed one, should be closing late. So let's go 3, 4, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, Tree Hugger. Bad trip. The horse should have been closer, and I think will be closer today. Ran a good race in there. Unfortunately, Au Pair, coming from Tampa, was just a little bit better. I do also like number 5, Hyper Holiday. Pretty well just ran out of ground. The extra half of furlongs should suit this horse really well. And number 1, Glen Rosa. This horse used to show speed. If the 4 and 6 go battle it out, Glen Rosa, the 1, gets a really good trip in behind. It might be the sleeper at 6-1. I'm giving you 3, 5, and 1. Good luck here in race 6.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. post time.
Glen Rosa, the first one to find her spot in the starting gate. Lola Lee, one of two first-time starters, will be next to go in. Next up, Tree Hugger. Walks right in. Blue Tango will be next. Hyper Holiday will be next to go in without jockey Siobhan Bell. Once Hyper Holiday is in the starting gate, he will climb back aboard. Hyper Holiday is now in. Next up, Yellow Birdie. Just two left to load. The other first timer, that's BB Bear. BB Bear is now in. And now we're waiting on Touch Wit Class to the far outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Blue Tango. On the far outside, Touch Wit Class shows that good early speed, matched by Yellow Birdie to the inside. Lola Lee up close early on, sitting behind them. Blue Tango, who recovered nicely after stumbling. Tree Hugger. Then it's Glen Rosa. And four more back to Hyper Holiday and the trailer BB Bear. 23-2 the opening quarter, and Yellow Birdie now with the lead by a length. Lola Lee still right there in second. Tree Hugger moves to the outside to make a run in third with Glen Rosa in fourth, and Blue Tango to the outside. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Yellow Birdie with the lead. Lola Lee in second. Tree Hugger trying to get there, three wide, 16th of a mile to go. It's still Yellow Birdie who's gotta hang on at the wire and win it by a long neck. Very close for second between Lola Lee and Tree Hugger. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Yellow Birdie, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Tree Hugger. Third to number 2, Lola Lee. Fourth to number 5, Hyper Holiday. And fifth to number 1, Glen Rosa. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 47 seconds. 5 furlongs, 1 minute. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 1:07. Now entering the winners enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6. That's number 6, Yellow Birdie. Yellow Birdie is a Bay filly, 3 years old by Audible. Out of the mare Fleet Birdie by a Fleet Alex. Owned by Arneson Farms and Oslin Bell. Trained by Lise Pruitt. And ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 1:07. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Classic High 5 wagering with a carryover of just over $2,654. Scratch number 2, Chic Samurai. Number 6, I've Got All Night. Make the jockey Dane Dawkins. Classic High 5 wagering with that carryover of over $2,600. They'll go to post in 19 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn this evening's 50-50 draw winner. And that ticket is ticket number Series E 4768676. And that ticket was purchased on track, and they took home $975. You can cash in that ticket at guest services on the main floor, South End. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go that 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Chic Samurai. Number 6, I've Got All Night. Make the jockey Dane Dawkins. Quick look back at race number 6. Wild Stretch, Yellow Birdie did go wire to wire in there, but Blue Tango broke to the knees and wasn't enough speed to get up there to contend with Yellow Birdie like last time, and that made it easier on the front end. But Tree Hunger and Lola Lee, the firster, both ran really good races.
They did. So Yellow Birdie definitely improved, and like you said, got a bit of a breather, and that's the key. That's why I do like speed horses, because whenever they have a chance to get out loose, you got to watch out. And game effort, that horse showed promise last year and got the win quickly early season. So let's keep moving on. Hopefully you're live in the pick 5 and pick 4. Unfortunately, we are not. But not to worry, we have 2 days this week. But we can also finish it off with some bets. If you watched ASD Live, we showed the replay of many of these in here. I don't like my prices, but let's talk about the one as my top selection. The for one stat I didn't mention, if you look at Marvin Buffalo's second off a layoff, he is 3 of 6 winning at this angle. So something to kind of pay attention to. Ran a nice race last time. What I do like is, that's why you have to watch replays. It does say squeeze turn, but you should watch the different replays, and you can see how important it was or just how the horse finished. I thought this horse got shuffled. You called it a switch. I like that term. And then kept trying to close at the end. I think this horse, if it gets a cleaner trip, could be right there.
Yeah, another horse that was in that video was number 4, Kate's Princess. Broke slow out of the gate, steadied a couple times. But the key to Kate's Princess, last 3 years, said it on the show, did not win first time out. But the second time, she's 3 for 3 in the last 3 years. Expect a much better effort out of Kate's Princess. She wasn't able to get to the front end. If she does, you're going to see a different horse today.
For sure. Let's go to the current favorite. Ran really well last time. Went to the lead. There was some trouble early with a couple of the speed horses like we mentioned. Usually this horse can stalk at times. If you look at the last race last year on September 20th, this horse, had a poor break, but actually made up ground. So we're going to see if this horse is going to go to the lead and try to battle or sit just off. Repeat effort puts her right there.
Yeah, another horse, number 7, Casino Queen. This one's taken a double drop down to this first level from the third level allowance. That's against most of the stake horses on the grounds. This horse showed a little bit of early speed to be in contention and then gradually fell back. Did get beat by 9 in the end, but I don't think that's an indication how this horse does run. This is much easier than she did test. And 15-1 on this dropper. This has shades of Mr. K, the one horse in race number 5 that took the double drop, went off at big odds and ran second. So watch out for Casino Queen at a great price.
Yeah, good comparison and getting the value. The 3 horse almost made my top 3. Hasn't raced this year, Dixie Mo, but is always there. Doesn't quite win, didn't win last year, but has won in the past. Like the works coming in, nice and steady. Right there against Kate's. Maybe can't win it, but I'm not leaving this horse out in the tries.
Yeah, number 6, I've Got All Night. Dane Dawkins now riding. This horse, the way it wins, wire to wire, it did it twice last year. But with Kate's Princess and Lady Cop in here, I've got all night. Will not be able to win with that running style. Maybe you'll have to try and come off of it today.
For sure. And speaking of the right running style, would be the 5 coming from Woodbine. Hasn't raced this year. That's a really sharp 4 furlong work back on May 27th. That impresses me. You're going to get the trip. Only has 2 lifetime wins, so that worries me. Again, I'm thinking maybe a 3rd or 4th or 5th with the small hi-fi carryover. Maybe take a shot. That's how you can get the pool.
And the 9-horse Load Abroad had a pretty good year last year. 4 for 6 in the money. Got the 1 win. Had a troubled trip last time out against this same field as it did steady early. But what I like about it, it showed some late run down the lane. So another one bombs away 30-1. That just might be a surprise if all the speed goes out. It can rally from off it. All right, Stretch, let's go to our wagers here in race 7. What do you have?
All right.
What? We carry over.
Nah, I have my rules, and it's tough.
Rules.
Rules. Well, the 8-horse field very wide open. I'm just going to get the try to close out the night. 1 and 4 on top with 1, 3, 4, 7 with 1, 3, 4, 7. $24. Hopefully finish off strong and not have to get car change tomorrow.
And myself, I'm doing a couple triactors. I'm going 4-8-4-8 with 1-5-7-9. And that's going to be 16 because it's a $2, a $1.08. And then I'm doing the wedge, 4-8 with 1-5-7-9 with 4-8, also $16 or 8 for $1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7. And we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Liking It Twisted, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo and Arnold Suster, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Demario Bino. Number 2, Chic Samurai, was scratched. Number 3 is Dixie Mo, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Kate's Princess, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Sven Balrout. Number 5 is Miss Bikini, owned by River Park Stables, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is I've Got All Night, owned by Dark Cloud Racing, trained by Jamie Hartman with Dane Dawkins. Number 7 is Casino Queen, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Ronald Alley. Number 8 is Lady Cop, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 9, Load Abroad, owned by Bill Meikle, trained by Wendy Anderson with Dario Dalrymple. Classic high five wagering with a carryover over $2,600. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. And just a reminder that after the final race, to be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $5. and 25% off all appetizers. Plus, tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30, and that ballot box is already open in the VLT lounge, but you must be in attendance to win during Crazy Hour.
Good field of 8 closing it out. The girls looking for a win, multiple winners in here. Let's go to the one along the rail. Trouble trip last time. I think it's going to be right close to the lead, maybe even control it if needed and just keep going. 3-1 is a little light, but hopefully it goes up a bit. The other trouble trip horse is the 4. Second start last year, big victory. Could go gate to wire and can also stalk. Got to give her another chance. And the horse that ran the best race had a clean trip. That's the 8 on the outside. Lady Cop, similar trip. Could go right to the winner's circle. Let's go 1, 4, and 8.
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3, just a little different order. Number 4, Kate's Princess, a speedball that should show a lot more speed today because she didn't get out of the gate. She's won her second start the last 3 years in a row. Lady Cop ran huge. Unfortunately, was disqualified from that good second place finish. And number 1, Liking It Twisted, a rough trip last time out. A smoother rail trip today. Got a big chance. I'm 4, 8, and 1. Good luck here in race 7.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Liking It Twisted, first into the starting gate for the nightcap. Dixie Mo, the next to go in. Kate's Princess is in. It's now Miss Bikini's turn. I've got all night. She's found her position. Casino Queen. She walks in. Just 2 left to load. A 2-1 favorite, Lady Cop. And just waiting on Load Abroad in the outside gate. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start. That's Kate's Princess, who's going to spot the field about 15 lengths early. Casino Queen. She broke a running and now has the early lead by about a half a length to her outside Lady Cop. I've got all night, settled back in third on the rail. Liking It Twisted in fourth. Moving up on the outside, that's Miss Bikini with Load Abroad and your early trailers, Dixie Mo and Kate's Princess. 23-1 the opening quarter, and Casino Queen has that advantage. And opening up as they hit the lane by now 3. Lady Cop in an all-out drive. Liking It Twisted. Eating up ground and on the fence. That's Dixie Mo. That's 16th of a mile to go. But this is all Casino Queen. She's going to win by 5. Lady Cop in second. Dixie Mo in third. Very close for 4th and 5th. Between Liking It Twisted, I've Got All Night, and Load Abroad. The Stewarts opposed to number 7, Casino Queen, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Lady Cop. Third to number 3, Dixie Mo. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-1, 5 furlongs 58-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs 105-2. Results of the photo show number 1, Liking It Twisted, finished in 4th, 5th. Number 6, I've Got All Night. Now in the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 7, Casino Queen. Casino Queen is a dark bear brown mare, 8 years old, by Read the Footnotes. Out of the mare Bianco by Yes It's True. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to unofficial victory, and now official victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the double, and also to jockey Ronald Alley, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno and 2 wins for jockey Ronald Alley. Well, now it's time to head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $5 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then, but for those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour and get into our draw for $500 cash in the VLT Lounge, which takes place at 11:30.